Welcome back, weary hearts and wandering minds. I'm Lou, and now begins your moment of calm and wonder. Step closer, and let's dive together into this magical experience. You weren't supposed to be awake, not tonight. Winter has settled gently over the Shire, and the world feels quieter than usual. Not empty, just softened. Snow rests on the round hills like a careful promise, muting footsteps, slowing thoughts, inviting rest. You walk along a narrow path lined with frost-kissed grass, your breath rising in small clouds before you. The night air is cold, but not cruel. It carries the scent of wood smoke and pine, the kind that makes your shoulders drop without you noticing. Ahead, a warm glow waits, the green dragon. Its windows shine with a soft, golden light, steady and patient, as if the inn has been expecting you. Not urgently, not desperately, simply, faithfully. The door stands firm against the cold, wreath hung with simple greenery and ribbon, modest and sincere. You pause before entering, not from hesitation, but from instinct. Something in you recognizes this moment as a threshold. Outside is movement, responsibility, noise. Inside is warmth, stillness, and the quiet permission to stop. You open the door. A gentle bell chimes, low and friendly. Warm air wraps around you immediately, easing the chill from your face and hands. The scent inside is rich and grounding, fresh bread, herbs, spiced cider, old wood, and fire. The green dragon is alive, not loudly, not urgently, but completely. Hobbits sit close together at sturdy tables, their voices low, their laughter soft and unforced. A few glance up as you enter, not with suspicion, but curiosity that carries no weight. Someone lifts a mug in greeting. Someone else smiles and returns to their conversation. You step inside and let the door close behind you. The fire draws your attention at once. It burns steadily in the hearth, not roaring, not fading. Its light moves slowly across the room, warming the wooden beams, softening the walls, turning every corner into something safe. You feel its warmth reach you before you even sit down. A chair near the hearth waits. You don't question it. You take your place and let the fire face you fully. The chair creaks in quiet acceptance, as if it remembers this role well. Your hands rest on your knees, palms open, fingers relaxed. For the first time in hours, perhaps longer, you breathe deeply. In, out. The sound of the room settles around you. The low murmur of voices, the faint clink of ceramic, the soft crackle of burning logs. Somewhere, a fiddle plays a slow, simple tune, leaving generous space between the notes. No one rushes you. No one asks you anything. A mug appears beside you, placed gently, without announcement. Steam curls upward, carrying the scent of apple and spice. You lift it carefully and take a sip. Warmth spreads through your chest. Not excitement, not urgency, just comfort. You watch the fire as it shifts and settles. A log darkens, then glows, then becomes ember. The transformation is quiet, unremarkable, and yet something about it holds your attention. Change does not always announce itself. Sometimes it simply happens when warmth is allowed to stay. You lean back slightly, letting the chair and the fire share the work of holding you. The tension you brought with you does not vanish all at once, but it loosens. It begins to believe it is safe to rest. On the far wall, an old clock ticks softly. Its sound is steady, unhurried. Time is still moving, but here it feels less demanding, less sharp. Outside, snow continues to fall. Inside, the green dragon keeps watch. You realize then that this place is not trying to impress you. There is no spectacle, no grand display, only simple things done well: warmth, shelter, quiet companionship. And somehow, that is enough. You glance around once more. Evergreen branches hang near the stairs, tied with twine, decorated with dried fruit and small bells. The decorations are humble but intentional, a celebration not of excess but of presence. Winter, after all, teaches its own wisdom, to gather, to slow, to remember what matters. Your eyelids grow heavier, not from exhaustion, but from relief. The fire's rhythm begins to match your own breathing. Crackle, pause, glow. You are not asleep, but you are no longer alert in the way the world outside requires. You are here, and the green dragon, faithful and warm, seems content with that. The night stretches ahead, quiet and patient, holding stories not yet told. For now, there is no call to follow them. This first moment asks only one thing of you, to rest by the fire and let the journey wait. The green dragon grows quieter, not because people leave, but because the night leans closer. Lanterns are lowered a little, their glow turning softer, rounder, like moons caught in glass. Conversations fade into murmurs, then into comfortable pauses where no one feels the need to fill the space. The fire remains steady, its embers pulsing gently, as if keeping time with something deeper than the clock on the wall. You notice how the quiet feels intentional, not empty, not awkward, but chosen. You take another slow breath, and with it comes a strange awareness. The sense that the room is not merely holding sound, but listening. The beams above you seem to lean inward. The walls feel attentive. Even the fire's crackle lowers, as if it knows something important is happening. You feel it before you can explain it. The night is awake. Outside, the snow presses softly against the windows, reshaping the world without argument. It does not rush. It does not resist. It simply becomes. The same stillness begins to echo inside you, and your thoughts, once sharp and insistent, start to soften at the edges. You are no longer scanning the room. You are receiving it. The fiddle in the corner shifts into a slower melody, barely more than a thread of sound. Each note hangs in the air for a moment longer than expected, leaving space for feeling to settle between them. The music does not lead. It accompanies. You rest your mug on the table and bring your hands closer to the fire. The warmth reaches you in quiet waves, steady and reassuring. It feels less like heat and more like recognition, like being seen without being studied. You realize something then. This place does not ask who you are. It trusts that you will remember. The clock ticks again, soft and patient. Its sound feels different now, less like measurement, more like reassurance. Time is still moving, yes, but it has loosened its grip. It is no longer urging you forward. You glance at the evergreen branches near the stairs. The small bells tied among the greenery catch the firelight, shimmering faintly. They do not ring, they simply reflect. For a moment, you feel as though they are watching you, not with eyes, but with awareness. The thought doesn't unsettle you. It steadies you. You sense that the green dragon has known many nights like this, nights when travelers arrived thinking they were only cold, only tired, only passing through. Nights when something quieter revealed itself instead. Not a message, not a command, a reminder. You shift slightly in your chair, and the movement feels slower than usual, as if your body has learned a new rhythm. You notice the way your shoulders rest lower now, the way your jaw has softened. Even your heartbeat feels calmer, less hurried. You didn't decide to relax. You were allowed to. A subtle sound reaches you, wood settling, stone breathing, the inn adjusting to the deepening night. Old places make such sounds, not because they are fragile, but because they are alive, because they remember their purpose. Shelter, warmth, belonging. You feel something stir inside your chest, not excitement, not fear, but a quiet curiosity. The sense that this night holds more than rest alone, that the stillness itself may be a doorway, waiting to be noticed. The fire responds with a gentle flare, embers glowing brighter for a breath before settling again. In that brief light, the room seems to deepen, as if layers of story are stacked just beyond what you can see. You do not strain to understand. You simply notice. Outside, the wind brushes past the walls, not howling, not demanding entry. It moves like a question whispered rather than spoken aloud. The green dragon answers by remaining steady, unwavering, warm. And in that answer, you feel something shift within you. You are not here by accident. The realization arrives softly, without drama. It does not rush your thoughts or quicken your pulse. It settles instead, calm and certain, like a truth that has been waiting for the right silence. You lean back, letting the chair support you fully. Your eyes rest on the fire again, watching the slow dance of embers and shadow. Shapes appear and fade, hills, roads, wings made of light and smoke, but you do not cling to them. You let them pass. This night does not ask for interpretation, only presence. The green dragon listens. The night listens. And somewhere within that shared quiet, a deeper story begins to stir. Not yet ready to speak, but already aware that you are listening too. You remain by the hearth, aware now of how carefully the night has arranged itself around you. Nothing presses, nothing insists. The fire breathes in slow, amber pulses, and you realize that its warmth is not only reaching your skin, it is easing something quieter beneath it. A place where the day's noise once gathered. A place that learned to stay alert even when it was tired. Here, vigilance is no longer required. A hobbit passes softly behind you, placing another log on the fire with practiced care. The wood settles, the flame accepts it without protest, and the glow deepens. The sound is gentle, ceremonial in its simplicity, as if tending the hearth is a kind of nightly prayer. You watch the sparks rise and fade. They do not rush upward. They drift. You feel a similar drifting begin inside you, thoughts loosening their hold, worries losing their sharp edges. The mind does not shut down. It softens. It learns how to listen instead of speak. The clock on the wall ticks again. Once, twice. Then you notice something curious. The space between the ticks feels longer than before. Not because time has stopped, but because your attention has changed. You are no longer chasing the next moment. You are inhabiting this one. Outside, the snow continues its steady fall, blanketing the world in quiet intention. The road beyond the inn grows indistinct beneath it, not erased, simply resting, waiting to be rediscovered when morning returns. You sense that the night understands this rhythm well, that listening is not passive, it is an act of trust. Your gaze drifts once more to the evergreen branches near the stairs. The bells remain still, yet something about them feels expectant, as if they know this hour carries a weight different from others, an hour meant for noticing rather than doing. You rest your hands together, fingers loosely intertwined, and feel the warmth linger there. Your pulse is calm, your breath unhurried. The firelight flickers across your knuckles, turning them gold for a moment before moving on. You realize, with quiet clarity, that the Green Dragon is not merely a place where stories are told. It is a place where stories pause, long enough for their meaning to catch up. The room seems to lean inward again, just slightly, not closing in, gathering, the walls, the beams, the hearth, all holding the stillness like something precious. You feel it then, unmistakably, a sense that this night is paying attention to you, not in judgment, not in expectation, but in recognition, as if the simple act of sitting here, of breathing, of allowing yourself to rest has marked you as part of the moment, part of the quiet agreement between place and presence. The fire settles once more, embers glowing steadily, and you feel a gentle readiness forming within you, not to move, not to act, but to receive whatever the night may choose to reveal next. For now, the Green Dragon listens, and you listen with it. You sense the listening deepen. It is no longer only the room, or the fire, or the quiet gathering of wood and stone. It is the night itself, leaning in with a patience that feels ancient, a patience that has watched countless winters pass and knows that nothing important ever arrives in haste. Your breath moves slowly now, guided not by intention, but by comfort. Each inhale carries warmth. Each exhale releases something unnamed but heavy, something you did not realize you were still holding. The green dragon does not interrupt this exchange. It understands the language of pauses. Somewhere near the back of the inn, a chair shifts softly as someone stands, careful not to disturb the stillness. Footsteps move toward the stairs, light and respectful, then fade. The inn grows quieter still, settling into its nighttime rhythm like a creature curling into rest while keeping one eye open. You remain awake, not alert, aware. The firelight reflects in the polished wood of the tables, stretching and softening like memory. You notice how the shadows gather not in corners, but along edges, outlining the shape of the room rather than hiding within it. Nothing here feels concealed. Everything feels acknowledged. That, you realize, is why the quiet feels safe. You tilt your head slightly, listening more closely. Beneath the crackle of embers and the distant wind, there is another sound, subtle, steady. A low hum, almost imperceptible. It might be the wind passing through the hills. It might be the inn settling deeper into the night. Or it might be something older. You do not try to decide. Some truths reveal themselves only when left unnamed. Your gaze drifts back to the hearth. A log shifts inward, its surface glowing briefly before dimming again. The transformation is slow, deliberate. Nothing is wasted. Even what fades becomes warmth. The thought lingers with you. How many parts of yourself have you treated as spent when they were simply becoming something quieter? The night does not answer aloud, but the feeling in your chest eases, as if it approves of the question. You realize now that listening is not about waiting for a voice. It is about making space. The green dragon has made space for you, and in doing so, it invites you to make space for yourself. You lean back a little more, allowing the chair to support your full weight. There is no need to hold yourself upright here. No need to remain prepared. The world beyond the door has loosened its grip, if only for this hour. Outside, the snow continues to fall, reshaping the path you walked to get here. By morning, your footprints will be gone. The road will look untouched. The idea does not unsettle you. It comforts you. Not everything needs to leave a mark to have mattered. The fire breathes. The inn listens. And you sit within that shared quiet, aware that this night is doing more than offering rest. It is teaching you how to listen back. The quiet holds. Not tightly, gently. It feels as though the green dragon has wrapped the moment in care, ensuring nothing sharp can reach you here. Even your thoughts move more slowly now, arriving one at a time, respectful of the stillness they enter. You notice how different this kind of awareness feels. There is no tension in it, no need to solve anything, no urgency to name what is happening. You are simply present. The fire shifts again, releasing a soft sigh as a piece of wood settles deeper into ember. The sound is almost like agreement, like the hearth itself is responding to the way you've stopped trying to be anywhere else. You rest your hands on your knees and feel their warmth linger. They feel steadier now, more familiar, as if they belong not to the person who arrived earlier, but to the one who is here now, the one who has slowed. You sense that this listening is not passive. It is active in a quiet way, like soil receiving seed, like night receiving stars. Something is being placed gently within you, even if you cannot yet tell what shape it will take. The green dragon has always worked like this. It does not announce change. It allows it. You glance once more toward the windows. Snow continues to fall, but now it feels less like weather and more like intention. The world outside is being softened on purpose, edges blurred so rest can find its way in. You think of the road again, not with longing, not with pressure, just acknowledgement. The road will be there. It always is. Roads are patient things. They do not resent pauses. They understand that travelers need nights like this, not to escape the journey, but to survive it with their hearts intact. A small, almost smile forms without you noticing. You feel something inside you ease further open. The firelight flickers across the walls, and for a brief moment, you notice how every shadow remains connected to its source. Nothing is separate, nothing is lost. Even darkness belongs to the light that shapes it. The thought settles gently. You do not need to banish parts of yourself to be whole. You only need to understand where they belong. The inn grows even quieter now, settling fully into its night watch. Lanterns glow low. The clock ticks on, faithful and unbothered. The world beyond the door has grown distant, wrapped in snow and silence. You remain awake, but only just, balanced, listening. And in that listening, you sense it clearly. This night is not finished speaking. It is simply waiting for the right depth of quiet before revealing what comes next. The green dragon listens. The night listens. And so do you. Without effort, without expectation, ready for whatever gentle truth the silence chooses to offer next. The stillness deepens, and with it comes a feeling you recognize only after it has already arrived. Safety. Not the kind that depends on locks or walls, but the kind that settles inside the chest, slow and convincing. The kind that tells you nothing needs to be guarded right now. Nothing needs to be explained. You notice how the fire no longer draws your full attention. It does not need to. Its warmth has already done its work, spreading quietly, teaching your body that it may release its watch. Your breathing becomes softer still, almost soundless. In this hush, you sense the green dragon in another way, not as a room, but as a presence shaped by intention. A place that knows when to speak and when to remain silent. A place that understands that some nights are meant not for stories told aloud, but for truths remembered inwardly. You feel that remembering stir. It comes as a feeling before it becomes a thought. A gentle recognition that you have been here before, not in this exact chair, not in this exact winter, but in moments like this. Moments when the world paused just long enough for you to feel your own center again. Those moments are rare and precious. The clock ticks softly, and you no longer track its rhythm. It has faded into the background, a reassurance rather than a measure. Time is passing, yes, but it is passing kindly. You rest deeper into the chair. There is no fear in letting go here. No sense that something will be lost if you stop paying attention. The green dragon keeps its watch faithfully, holding the night steady while you drift further inward. Outside, the snow has thickened, muffling even the wind. The world feels distant now, wrapped and waiting. Inside, the warmth remains constant, a low glow that does not flicker wildly or fade. It endures. You realize then that endurance does not always look like effort. Sometimes, it looks like this, like sitting quietly by a fire, like allowing yourself to be held by a moment, like trusting that rest itself can be an act of courage. The thought settles without weight. You are not drifting away from yourself. You are returning. The night listens. The green dragon listens. And somewhere in the depth of this shared quiet, the next movement of the journey begins to form, still unseen, still unnamed, waiting patiently for the moment when listening becomes understanding. The fire flickers one last time before settling into a gentle, steady glow. And with that final shift, the room becomes more still than before. The warmth has deepened, the silence thickened, and even the faint sound of snow against the windows seems to fade into a quiet hum, as though the world itself is breathing more slowly, more deliberately. You don't know how long you've been here. Time feels irrelevant now, like a distant echo, not demanding attention. The moment you're in stretches without hurry, and it's clear that there is nothing to rush, nothing to prove. Your mind, no longer tangled by the noise of the day, begins to clear even further. The questions you've carried, ones about roads and directions, about where to go next, drift away as easily as leaves carried by the wind. They do not vanish. They are simply left behind, for now, with no sense of loss, only the quiet acknowledgement that you do not need to answer them tonight. You shift slightly in your chair, and your body moves with ease. Every part of you feels lighter than before. The weight of expectation, whether from the world or from yourself, has simply dissolved. The pressure to move, to act, to think, all of it has softened, leaving you with the simplest of truths. You are here. You are enough. The fire's glow begins to deepen again, the embers glowing richer and more vibrant, their light dancing across the walls like gentle waves on the surface of a calm sea. It casts long shadows across the room, but these shadows do not feel threatening. Instead, they seem to embrace the warmth, curling around the edges of the space like the arms of an old friend. You notice something then. Something that had been there all along, but that you hadn't yet fully seen. The walls of the Green Dragon are not just walls. They are stories. They are memories. They hold not only the weight of all who have passed through, but also the quiet whispers of everything they left behind. The laughter, the conversation, the soft sighs of travelers who found respite here. They are woven into the fabric of this place. And tonight, as the night stretches on, you feel as though you are becoming part of that weave. You let your eyes drift closed, not from sleep, but from surrender. You are no longer seeking to understand anything. Instead, you are simply existing, letting the room fill you with its quiet magic, letting the warmth of the fire seep into your bones, letting the steady rhythm of the night ease you further into peace. The Green Dragon watches, the inn listening closely as if it too is waiting for the right moment to speak. And then, in the softest of ways, you feel something stir within you. A quiet shift, not dramatic, not urgent, but real. It is as if something long forgotten has been gently lifted to the surface, not demanding your attention, but offering itself to you in the silence. A memory, a truth, a question. You don't search for it. You don't need to. It arrives simply, as if it's always been waiting for you to notice. And then, as quickly as it came, the feeling fades again, leaving behind only the quiet certainty that this night is not finished, that there is more to uncover, more to learn, more to understand, but that all of it will come in time. The fire crackles, the wind whispers against the windows, and somewhere in the distance, a clock ticks, marking the passage of time without demanding anything from you. For now, you are exactly where you need to be. Resting, listening, being. The Green Dragon keeps its vigil, and you, for the first time in a long while, allow yourself to rest fully within it. The night listens, and so do you. The night has deepened enough now that the Green Dragon seems to exist in a space slightly removed from the world, not separate from it, just held apart. The warmth of the hearth remains, but it no longer presses forward. It has settled into something quieter, more internal, like a memory warming you from the inside rather than heat on your skin. The embers glow low, steady, patient, no longer calling for attention, only offering presence. You realize you are awake in a different way now. Not alert, not drifting, listening. The inn has reached the hour between fires, the moment when no new logs are added, when the flame is trusted to endure on its own. It is a small tradition, rarely spoken of, but deeply understood by places that have lived long enough to learn restraint. This is not the hour of beginnings, nor the hour of endings. It is the hour of becoming. You feel it in your chest, a subtle shift, like a door inside you easing open just enough to let something breathe. Not a revelation, not yet. Just space, just permission. Around you, the Green Dragon has grown nearly silent. Most of the chairs are empty now. The tables rest undisturbed, cups left where warmth once lingered. Lanterns glow faintly along the walls, their light softened to the color of late honey. Even the clock seems to hesitate. Its ticking continues, but slower somehow, as if time itself has lowered its voice out of respect for the hour. You sense that this moment is not accidental. Certain hours exist only for those willing to remain still long enough to notice them. Most people sleep through them, Others hurry past. But you stayed, and by staying, you have crossed into something quieter and rarer. The air feels different now, not colder, not warmer, thinner, as though the distance between what is seen and what is felt has narrowed. You notice the faint movement of shadows near the hearth, not flickering, not dancing, but stretching and settling, taking on shapes that feel symbolic rather than physical. Curves, arches, forms that suggest wings, not meant to fly, but to shelter. The green dragon lives up to its name in this hour, not as a creature of flame or fear, but as a guardian of thresholds. A keeper of moments when travelers rest deeply enough to remember who they were before the road taught them to hurry. You draw a slow breath, and with it comes an understanding that feels both new and familiar. Not every journey moves forward. Some turn inward first. The realization does not unsettle you. It steadies you. You think of all the times you believed movement alone would save you. All the nights you pushed through exhaustion, convinced that stopping meant falling behind. Here, in the hour between fires, that belief loosens its hold. The green dragon offers another truth instead. That pause is not failure. That stillness is not emptiness. That waiting can be an act of courage. You feel these truths settle gently, like stones placed carefully rather than thrown. They do not weigh you down. They anchor you. Outside, the snow has stopped falling. The world rests. Inside, the inn mirrors that rest, holding the quiet with practiced care. Nothing rushes to fill the silence. Nothing demands explanation. The moment simply exists and allows you to exist with it. You sense that something is approaching, not from outside, from within. A readiness, not to act, but to notice more deeply. To listen, not only to the night, but to the parts of yourself that have grown quiet from being ignored. The embers pulse once, softly. The green dragon keeps watch. And you sit within the hour between fires, aware now that this night is no longer only about rest, but about preparation. Preparation for a truth that will arrive gently when the silence knows you are ready to hear it. The hour between fires slowly gives way to something deeper, not darker, just quieter. The green dragon seems to lean inward now, as if the inn itself has lowered its voice even further. The embers remain alive, glowing softly like distant stars seen through thin clouds. Their warmth no longer spreads outward. It gathers inward, inviting reflection rather than comfort. You feel it immediately. A subtle shift in awareness, a gentle sharpening of attention. This is not the silence of emptiness. This is the silence that carries meaning. You notice how even your breathing has changed. Each inhale feels deliberate. Each exhale unburdens something you no longer need to carry. The space inside your chest feels wider now, less crowded with unfinished thoughts. The world has stopped asking questions. Instead, it is offering one. You do not hear it with your ears. You feel it beneath the quiet, like a current moving under still water. A whisper that does not speak in words, but in recognition. It brushes against memories you thought were distant, moments when you felt most yourself before the world taught you to measure your worth by motion and noise. The green dragon listens with you. Its beams hold the hush carefully. Its walls seem to breathe slower, deeper, as if they know this part of the night must not be rushed. Old places understand these hours. They have seen them pass again and again, and they know what they are for. Recollection, alignment, return. You rest your hands together and feel the steady warmth still lingering in your palms, not from the fire alone, but from presence, from being here fully, without escape or expectation. The clock ticks once, then again, and in the space between those ticks, something opens. You sense it like a door unlatched just enough to let truth through, not a grand truth, not one that rearranges the world, a smaller one, quieter, but no less powerful. You have been listening outward for a long time. Tonight, the listening turns inward. The the whisper beneath the silence grows clearer, not louder, but more distinct. It does not tell you what to do next. It does not promise ease or certainty. It simply reminds you of who you are when you are not rushing. The realization settles gently, like snow landing on still ground. You are not defined by how far you've gone. You are shaped by how deeply you've felt. The thought does not demand agreement. It waits, patient and kind, allowing you to sit with it as long as you need. The green dragon offers no interruption. This moment belongs to you. Outside, the night remains still. Inside, the inn holds its breath. Not in anticipation, but in respect. You sense now that this whisper is not a message meant to be solved. It is a thread meant to be followed slowly, over time. One that will guide you not by force, but by familiarity. The embers glow once more, steady and faithful. The green dragon keeps watch, and you sit within the whisper beneath the silence, knowing, without urgency, without fear, that the next chapter of the journey will not begin with action, but with understanding. The whisper beneath the silence does not fade. It settles. You feel it the way you feel warmth after stepping inside from the cold. Not sharp, not sudden, but undeniable. The green dragon remains hushed, yet something within the stillness has shifted. The night is no longer only listening. It is responding. The embers in the hearth glow a little brighter, not flaring, not demanding attention, just enough to be noticed. Their light gathers itself, steady and intentional, as if the fire has remembered something important. You realize then that fire, like old places, has its own kind of knowing. Not the knowing of facts, the knowing of presence. You lean forward slightly, drawn closer without intention, and rest your hands nearer to the warmth. The heat reaches you in slow waves, and with it comes a strange familiarity, a sense that this fire has warmed more than just bodies over the years. It has warmed courage. It has warmed doubt. It has warmed people who arrived believing they were alone. The green dragon has always been more than shelter. It is a witness. You feel that witness turn gently toward you now, not to examine, not to judge, but to acknowledge. The fire's glow seems to settle into a quieter rhythm, one that matches your breath, your pulse, your stillness. For a moment, you imagine, no, you sense, that if the fire could speak, it would not ask your story. It already knows it, not the details, the essence. It knows the weight you've carried quietly. It knows the nights you endured by becoming smaller. It knows the strength it took to arrive here at all. Your chest tightens slightly, not with pain, but with recognition. Being known, you realize, does not always require words. Sometimes it requires stillness, deep enough for truth to surface on its own. The clock ticks again, but the sound feels different now, softer, almost reverent. Time is still moving, yet it feels as though it has stepped aside, allowing something older to take precedence. Belonging. You glance around the room once more. The tables, the chairs, the beams overhead, all unchanged. And yet everything feels more alive, more attentive, as if the inn itself has leaned closer to the moment, aware that something quiet and meaningful is taking place. You sense that this is not a dramatic turning point. It is a gentle one, the kind that reshapes a life not by force, but by alignment. You realize now that the green dragon does not ask you to become someone new. It invites you to return to the version of yourself that existed before hurry became habit, before noise became necessary. The fire glows steadily, and in that glow, you feel something unmistakable. Acceptance, not earned, not conditional, simply given. You breathe in slowly, letting the warmth fill you, letting the moment anchor itself in your memory. This is not a lesson you will forget easily, not because it is loud or impressive, but because it feels true. You sit with the fire that knows your name, allowing it to remind you of something essential. You have always belonged somewhere like this. You simply forgot how to listen for it. The embers pulse once more, gentle and sure. The green dragon keeps watch. And within that quiet warmth, you feel yourself settling, not into sleep, not into action, but into a deeper understanding of who you are when you are fully present. The journey is still unfolding, but now it unfolds from a place of knowing. The fire no longer asks for your attention. It trusts that it has been received. Its embers glow low and steady, a quiet companion rather than a guide, and in that steadiness, you feel something else begin to surface. Subtle, patient, unmistakable. Not a push, not a call. A presence that feels like distance remembered rather than distance demanded. The road. You sense it beyond the door, resting beneath snow and starlight, unchanged by your pause. Roads are like that. They do not vanish when you stop walking. They do not resent stillness. They wait, not idly, but faithfully, holding space for the moment when movement becomes true again. This understanding settles gently in you. You are not meant to remain by the hearth forever, nor are you meant to rush back into the cold. There is a rhythm to these things. The green dragon knows it. The night knows it. And now, so do you. You rise slightly in your awareness, not standing, not leaving, but noticing how the idea of the road no longer tightens your chest. It no longer feels like obligation. It feels like possibility resting quietly, confident it will be met in its proper time. Outside, the world remains hushed. Snow lies smooth and unbroken, reflecting the faint glow of the inn's windows. Somewhere beyond the hills, paths wind onward, unseen but intact, their curves held safely in the dark. You imagine stepping onto them again one day, not out of restlessness, not out of fear, but with a steadier heart, with warmth carried inside you rather than sought outside. The fire breathes once more, and in its warmth you recognize the balance the night has been teaching you. Rest and movement, listening and becoming, shelter and journey. None must cancel the other. The green dragon has not delayed you, it has prepared you. You feel gratitude rise, not loud, not overwhelming, but clear. Gratitude for a place that understood what you needed before you did. For a night that did not rush its wisdom. For a pause that reminded you the road is kinder when you meet it whole. The clock ticks again, and this time it feels like a gentle nod rather than a reminder. Time is ready when you are ready, no sooner, no later. You remain seated by the hearth, aware now that this chapter is not about leaving, but about knowing that you can. The road waits, not impatiently, not endlessly, faithfully, and when the moment comes, whether tomorrow or another dawn yet unseen, you will step forward carrying something new, not haste, not uncertainty, but warmth. The green dragon keeps watch a little longer, and the road, beyond the snow and the quiet, listens, ready to welcome you back when your heart says yes. The road may wait, but the night has one more offering. You feel it not as a pull outward, but as a settling inward, an invitation to remain just a little longer, not because you must, but because staying has become a choice rather than a pause. The green dragon understands this distinction. Old places always do. The embers glow softly, neither fading nor flaring, and you sense that this steadiness is itself a lesson. Not every moment needs to build toward departure. Some moments exist to deepen roots you didn't know you had. You notice how comfortable you are now in the stillness, not numb, not distant, present. The chair supports you without complaint. The warmth lingers in your hands and chest, not as heat, but as reassurance. It feels as though the inn has folded you into its quiet, making room for you the way it has for countless others, without ceremony, without condition. You realize then that staying is not avoidance. It is acknowledgement. Acknowledgement that rest has value, that reflection has weight, that listening can be a form of courage. The clock ticks softly, and you no longer feel measured by it. Time is not urging you forward or holding you back. It is simply witnessing. The night has loosened its grip on urgency, And in doing so, it has given you something rare. Permission. Permission to be unfinished. Permission to not know the next step yet. Permission to let the answers arrive slowly, shaped by experience rather than pressure. Outside, the snow begins again, light, almost hesitant, dusting the world as if to say that beginnings can be gentle. You watch its quiet persistence reflected faintly in the window, and something in you mirrors that softness. You have spent so long believing that progress must always look like motion. Tonight teaches you otherwise. Progress can look like staying warm, like letting the heart catch up to the body, like trusting that what matters will find you when you are ready to meet it. The green dragon offers no final words. It does not need to. Its gift is not advice, but atmosphere, a space where you can feel whole without explanation. You sense that when you eventually rise from this chair, whether in minutes or hours, you will do so differently, not lighter in every way perhaps, but steadier, more anchored, less hurried. The embers breathe low and even. The night keeps its gentle watch, and you accept the gift of staying, knowing that sometimes the most meaningful step forward is the one where you allow yourself to remain exactly where you are, long enough to feel at home within yourself. The night no longer feels like a backdrop. It feels like a teacher, not the kind that speaks often or explains itself, but the kind that waits until you are calm enough to notice what has always been there. The green dragon holds this lesson gently, offering no instructions, only conditions in which understanding can arise on its own. You sense it now. The quiet is no longer something you are inside of. It is something you are participating in. Your breath moves slowly, naturally, as if guided by an instinct older than thought. Each inhale gathers the warmth of the room. Each exhale releases what no longer needs to be carried forward. The exchange feels balanced, complete. The fire rests low in the hearth, embers glowing like patient eyes. It does not call you closer. It trusts that you know where it is. And in that trust, you feel something shift again, not outward, but inward. The quiet is teaching you how to listen without searching. You realize how often you have listened only to respond, to decide, to prepare the next step. Here, listening asks nothing of you. It does not require interpretation or action. It asks only for presence. And presence, you are learning, is enough. The walls of the green dragon seem to hold this lesson with care. Their stillness is not rigid. It is receptive. They have learned, over many winters, that wisdom arrives softly, that meaning prefers unguarded moments. You feel the truth of this settle into you. Clarity does not always come as certainty. Sometimes it comes as peace with uncertainty. The clock ticks again, and instead of marking time, it marks continuity. The world has not stopped while you rested. It has simply learned how to move without pulling you along. Outside, the snow glows faintly under the night sky, reflecting what little light there is. It transforms darkness not by erasing it, but by giving it shape. You sense a parallel forming, how the quiet has shaped your thoughts, not by silencing them, but by softening their edges. You are not empty. You are clear. The realization does not arrive with excitement. It arrives with relief. You notice how your body feels grounded now, as if you are sitting more fully within yourself. Your weight rests evenly. Your heartbeat feels steady and kind. Even your thoughts seem less fragmented, more whole. The quiet has done this. It has reminded you that wisdom is not always found by seeking farther, but by staying long enough for understanding to surface on its own. The green dragon remains awake. The fire keeps its gentle glow. And you sit within the lesson the quiet has offered, knowing, without urgency, without doubt, that this understanding will travel with you when you eventually rise. Not as a rule, not as a demand, but as a way of listening you will carry forward wherever the road may lead next. The quiet has finished teaching for now. It does not announce this. It simply settles into you, complete. The green dragon holds the last hours of night with a softer grip, as if it knows that something within you has shifted enough to carry its warmth forward. The embers glow faintly, no longer the center of attention, but a constant, reliable, remembered. You notice a change before you can name it. Not outside, inside. A readiness that feels calm rather than eager. A steadiness that does not rush toward morning, yet no longer fears it. You are not preparing to leave, but you are no longer holding yourself in place. This balance feels new and true. The clock ticks again, and this time the sound feels like a quiet companion rather than a marker. Time is moving toward dawn somewhere beyond the hills. But here, in this space, it moves with care. You realize then that dawn is not only something that happens to the world, it is something that happens within. It begins long before the sky lightens, long before the birds stir. Dawn begins the moment you feel capable of carrying warmth forward, rather than needing to remain beside it. The green dragon has given you that warmth, not as fuel, as remembrance. You take a deeper breath than you have all night, and it fills you easily. There is no tightness in your chest now, no quiet ache urging you to stay hidden. The night has done its work gently, faithfully. You feel whole, not complete in every way, but aligned. Outside, the snow rests undisturbed, holding the shape of the night a little longer. Inside, the inn remains still, aware that some departures begin before feet ever move. You understand something important now. Leaving does not mean losing what you found here. Moving forward does not undo stillness. The hearth's warmth has settled into you. The quiet has taught you how to listen. The night has shown you how to remain present without holding on. These are not things that fade with daylight. They travel. You glance once more at the fire, offering it a silent acknowledgement. It does not respond with flare or spark. It does not need to. Its work is done, not ended, but shared. The green dragon keeps watch, as it always will. And within you, a gentle dawn begins to form. Not bright, not loud, but steady. A knowing that when the time comes to rise, you will do so carrying more than you arrived with. Not answers, not certainty, but clarity. The night loosens its hold, and you sit quietly, ready for the final chapter. The one where the journey turns outward again, without ever leaving what you found inside. The green dragon rests in that delicate space before first light, when the night has finished its work, and the world has not yet begun to speak again. The inn feels complete now, not quiet because something is missing, but quiet because everything has been held. The embers in the hearth glow softly, their warmth no longer reaching outward, but remaining, faithful, enduring. You sense that this fire will stay lit long after you rise, warming others who arrive weary, just as it warmed you. You sit with one final breath, in, out. And in that breath, you recognize what this night has given you. Not escape, not answers carved in stone, but something far more lasting, a way of being. You understand now that the magic was never only in the fire, or the silence, or the green dragon itself. It was in what those things allowed you to remember. Who you are when you are not rushing. Who you are when you listen. Who you are when you trust stillness enough to rest inside it. The world beyond the door has not changed, but you have, and that is enough. You imagine rising soon, stretching, steady, unhurried, stepping back into the cold with warmth carried inside your chest. Walking the road not because you must, but because you choose to. You will notice things differently now. The way light rests on snow, the way silence can guide rather than empty, the way courage often speaks in whispers, not commands. The green dragon does not stop you. It does not cling. It never needed to. It knows its role, to welcome, to hold, to release, without loss. You offer the inn a quiet gratitude, not aloud, but fully felt. Gratitude for a night that asked nothing of you except honesty. Gratitude for a place that trusted you to find your own meaning. Outside, the world waits. Inside, the fire remains. And as you prepare to carry this warmth forward, one final thought settles gently into your heart, calm, clear, and true. What if the true magic was never the journey itself, but remembering how to walk it awake? When you are ready, rise. Carry the fire, carry the quiet, carry the listening, and return whenever you need. The circle remains open, the hearth remains warm, and the story always continues. Long after you rise from the chair, long after the door opens and closes softly behind you, the green dragon remains. The fire is still there, glowing low and faithful, holding the memory of your presence the way old places do, not as a shadow, but as warmth woven into the night. The chair remembers the shape of your rest. The floor remembers your stillness. The walls remember the quiet moment when you listen deeply enough to hear yourself again. Outside, the world continues. Snow melts, roads reveal themselves, mornings arrive one after another, and you walk on. But something has changed. You carry the fire now, not as flame, but as steadiness. Not as heat, but as knowing. In moments when the world grows loud again, you remember this night. In moments when haste tries to convince you that rest is weakness, you remember the strength of staying. In moments when you feel lost, you remember that listening is also a form of courage. You begin to notice small things, the way silence can guide you, the way warmth can come from within, the way belonging is not always found in places, but remembered in yourself. And when the road feels heavy, when the night feels long, when your heart grows weary again, you know where to return. Not only to the green dragon, but to the quiet it taught you how to enter. Because the true hearth was never only behind that door. It was the place you rediscovered inside. So walk gently, listen deeply, rest when the night invites you to stay, and ask yourself, whenever the world feels too fast, what if the true magic was simply believing again? The circle remains open, the fire remains lit, and whenever you are ready, return.